Please call the meeting to order.
Yes, Mr. President. Good evening, Westbury family. Welcome to the Board of Education Action Meeting. Today is January the 17th. Trustee Pedro Quintanilla.
Present.
Trustee Dr. Ples Dickerson.
Present.
Vice President Floyd Ewing.
Present.
Board President Robert Triano Jr.
Present.
Mr. President, we have a quorum.
Thank you. The board meeting was posted for 6:30 this evening. Actually, the board meeting indicates that there's a meeting starting at 6:30, which will be followed by the actual voting meeting, the regular meeting at 7:30. The purpose of the meeting now, and we're just opening up the meeting in public, as we're required to do by law, but the purpose of what you might refer to as a pre-meeting, is for the board to be served a selection of food tastings from our food service provider, Aramark, and that they're giving us tastings or samplings of food that are served to our scholars during the regular lunch program. We are going to be now leaving to go to the 9th grade cafeteria in the high school for that food sampling. Anybody that's listening should know that that will be open to the public if you want to come down, although we will not be serving the public. But you are, as with all board meetings, welcome to be there and to observe. There will be no real board business being taken care of, but we will be having the sampling of food, and we'll be coming out of that at approximately 7:30 to convene the regular voting portion of the meeting. Thank you, and board members, we can now embark to the 9th grade cafeteria. Thank you. Whoops. Is the live stream started again? Okay, thank you. Good evening, everybody. We're going to reconvene the meeting. We actually called the meeting to order at 6:30. Is this mic really loud? Is it too loud? How do I turn the volume down? Is this too low now? Perfect. Goldilocks? Thank you. Okay. Okay, so we started the meeting at 6:30, and we went to the cafeteria to continue the meeting. We're now back to start the regular portion of the meeting where we vote on resolutions. So, but we did not do the Pledge of Allegiance or a moment of silent meditation, so I would ask that you all please stand up and join us in the pledge. Thank you, everybody. As I said, we actually started the meeting at 6:30, and we had a call to order. At that point, Trustee Bowling was not with us. She has now joined us, so please, I'd like to have that reflected in the record, District Clerk. Thank you. Okay, can I have a motion to approve the minutes of December 13th, as well as the minutes of December 20th. They are items 1C and 1D on tonight's voting agenda. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
It's been moved by Vice President Ewing and seconded by Trustee Bowling. Ayes, Trustee Quintanilla.
Aye.
Trustee Dr. Dickerson.
Aye.
Trustee Bowling.
Aye.
And Vice President Ewing.
Aye.
And I, Robert Troiano, vote aye. Motion carries unanimously. We are now going to have one of two presentations. I'm going to ask Dr. Chase to tee them up.
Good evening, community. Good evening, members of the board. I am very pleased this evening to introduce you to two of our administrators. Mr. James Popkin is our Director for Transportation, and he is going to share with us this evening a new communication tool that we have found useful through a pilot at Dryden Street School, and we have decided to expand the pilot to all of our elementary schools, and it's a use of an app. And many of you may remember last year when there were transportation concerns, and they were all very legitimate concerns. The Board of Education and I committed to identifying better ways to communicate with our families as it relates to transportation. I don't believe we have a perfect model, but I believe we have a better model. And I know that there's still much work to be done to better communicate. However, we do have an app that will help parents to identify where their child's bus is, and Mr. James Popkin will explain this app in further detail. I do know that there are families who've asked me about the use of the app. We did send communication out to families, but here's an opportunity to actually see a demonstration of it, as well as an opportunity to ask questions. So without any further delay, I introduce you to Mr. James the Solution Popkin.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Chase. Good evening, Mr. Troiano and trustees of the board and all our distinguished visitors here this evening. Thank you very, very much for coming. As Dr. Chase mentioned, We are in the process of piloting a GPS-enabled app, which will enable us to track the location of our buses. We've partnered with our transportation provider, First Student, to share GPS data of our large buses with our school community. We ran a very successful pilot program at the Dryden Street School, and we are now expanding the pilot, as Dr. Chase mentioned, to include all elementary schools before we bring this out to all of our secondary schools. First View is First Student's proprietary software. First View leverages GPS and school bus routing data to share busing information with stakeholders. There are two components of the First View program. The first was District View. District View is a web-based tool provided to our transportation department where we, in the transportation office, can access the location of all of our large school buses, as well as view historical data of our bus routes. This has come in very handy when we receive calls from parents wondering where the bus is and how long it would be to their bus stop. Another component of First View is Parent View. Parent View provides parents and guardians with access to the status of their child's bus route. Parents can use the program to see where the bus is at any given moment. With First View, parents and guardians can set up a customizable geofence around their bus stop so they can be alerted when the bus is close by. If you'd, please play the video. Thank you. It's just a 3-minute promotional video from First View.
The First View app is a free download from the App Store, Google Play, or available to use on the web. Let's review getting started with our First View GPS route level tracking. To track the bus, users need to have handy their secure code to get into the app and their student's assigned route. From the drop-down list, they will select their state. They will select their district and enter their student's unique ID. They will then click Add Student. After adding their student, users will set up their student's routes. Users can choose between the AM, midday, and PM routes. Users can scroll through the available routes, or they can search for their route in the search bar. Users are then provided the list of schools assigned to their selected route. They can select their student's school to see arrival times in the app, or they can skip this step. After selecting their school, they will be prompted to configure their notifications. Users can either select location services to drop a pin on the map where they are in real time, or they can enter their student's stop address in the search field. Once a user finds their stop location, a pin will automatically be dropped on the map. Users will see a tooltip that explains how to complete their distance notification setup. When they close this pop-up, they have the ability to fine-tune their student's exact pickup location. They can use their finger to pick up the pin and move it on the map to the exact pickup location. Once they place the pin in the precise location, users will be prompted to choose a geofence size around their location. Users have the option to customize the size of the geofence from as small as 250 feet to as large as 2 miles. In addition to setting up their geofence size, users will also need to set up a time range in which they want to receive their notification. They will first add their time notification start time. Adding the start time ensures they don't get notified if the bus crosses into their stop area on their way to pick up other students. For example, if their student is typically picked up at 8 a.m., they may want to set up their time range to start at 7:50 a.m. After adding their notification start time, they'll add their alert end time. Adding their end time completes their custom notification setup to get alerts when the bus is near, and will select Pick This Location to finish their route tracking setup. The user can then add additional AM, midday, or PM routes to track, and then once complete, they can click Done. After they are all set up to track the bus, they'll be able to see the bus's location in live time, zoom in to see the bus's precise location compared to their stop location. Users can also zoom in further and track the bus moving on the map. And if they added their student's school, they're notified when the bus arrives at the school. First View helps students and their guardians start and end their school day with the peace of mind knowing when the bus is near. For help with First View, reach out to our dedicated team of app support specialists. Just tap the envelope in the app to send feedback. Thank you for tracking with First View.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We have some information about the startup process on our website. I wanted to share information to parents and guardians how to get started in using First App. When you're on the home page, is the home page of our website, you would click on the menu. The menu will bring you to departments. Transportation is listed under departments. You click on transportation, and that's our home page. We do have a tab right here to First View. Clicking on that tab will give us information about First View as well as the quick startup guide, which will provide the codes that you will need to set up First View on your phone. And we have those, the quick start guide in English, Spanish, and Haitian Creole. And here would be the English version of the memo, which explains how to download the app, how to set up the profile. You'll need a district code to complete the setup. And as well as First Student has a robust customer service support team available to answer phone calls, or you can also send an email by using the app. We're glad we are able to provide this information to parents and the community. We know we're transporting very precious cargo, and it's extremely important for parents to understand that we know where our children are at all times. So I thank you very much. Thank you.
You may have mentioned it already, Mr. Popkin, and I apologize if I'm asking you a question that you may have mentioned, but I do know that there are parents who are watching and some who are here in the audience who may have a question about the code again. Can you just go over once again the district code and just how do you access that? Do I just go to the App Store on my phone?
Yes, thank you. Can you get me back? We have placed the district code on our website. So the best way to access it is to go to the transportation page, click on the First View tab, and you'll see a quick startup guide. Clicking the quick startup guide will give you the district code. Our district code is L592. L592. It's located on the transportation page of the new and improved Westbury Union Free School District website. Thank you.
Thank you. Is this available to parents right now?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And to date, how many parents approximately have already signed up?
At this point, we're just under 150 parents in the app, logged in and tracking their students.
Okay, thank you. And I have one last question, I think. What is the goal for our out-of-district families in terms of accessing this fantastic tool?
Yeah, we're piloting this program with First Student now. We do plan on expanding the pilot to include all of our school buses, whether they're large school buses servicing general ed, non-public schools, or the minibuses, which might service non-public schools and special needs or BOCES schools as well. So our goal is to have 100% implementation, so each one of our parents with children riding our buses will be able to access this information.
Okay, thank you so much. So
Thank you.
families, thank you. Families who are watching, families who are here, please make sure that you use this app. This is for you. This is a great way to identify your child's bus once it goes into the geofence. There's some language that I'm learning here, Stephanie, right? I sound like I know what I'm talking about, but thank you, Mr. Popkins, for giving me that language. But please, you will know exactly when the bus will arrive. You'll know where the bus, when it reaches the school, and you'll also know when your bus is close to reaching home. Randy, who is my executive assistant who is sitting here, you know, Randy, how many times parents have called and said, where's the bus? Or, you know, the bus was late arriving at school, and now parents, you can actually see the time that it arrives, right? So this is a great tool to use. If we have less than 100 parents, that means I'm gonna need some help, and I'm gonna need some ambassadors out there to help spread the word about this great tool. You know, Stephanie, I'm looking at you, right? So I need some more ambassadors, and I'm looking at you, Ms. Lomax, also, my PTA. If we need to come to you all and do a presentation, we want more parents to be able to use this tool because it's yours, right? And it's a great way to communicate better with our transportation department. Mr. Popkin, thank you.
I have a question. Does this include athletic events?
Right now, we are only tracking actual bus routes, so it'll be AM, midday, or afternoon bus routes, take-home routes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Potvin, you probably spoke about this already, but I saw the component where a parent can see when the bus gets to the bus stop. So that's for the pickup and for drop-off, correct?
Correct.
And then what about delivery at the school or pickup from the school?
Yes, this is where parents would draw a geofence around their residence, and you saw in the video, you could, depending on how long you make it, how large you make it, you'll be alerted when the bus crosses that geofence and is in your zone. So yes,
That's the zone at the school as well as at the bus stop?
AM and PM, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Has there been any discussion, I believe that First Student has cameras inside the bus that we make a recording of students getting on and off the bus. Has there been any discussion about making that available to parents as well, so they can actually see that their child is on the bus and getting off?
Yeah, we're looking to leverage bus patrols' internal cameras that are web-based, and route data can be called up with the new software that Bus Patrol has. The system that First View is currently using, it's not web-enabled for the video component. The video is recorded locally on the school bus onto a hard drive, and then to access video, the hard drive has to be pulled, put into a piece of software, and run through so you're able to access that video. So right now we have no plans on sharing bus video with
Right, so,
the community.
so you know, if Bus Patrol ever comes online, and just so you know, Bus Patrol has been selected by all 3 towns in Nassau County to be their vendor, but the Nassau County Traffic Court is holding that up. But the plan would be to continue using First View's app and then leverage Bus Patrol's capabilities, web-based capabilities?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
We're also in the process of putting out an RFP for our transportation services, and having a parent app and access to videos is a requirement of the proposal. So we're currently under contract with First Student. We have a few other transportation providers providing service to non-public special needs, but in our next contracts, the GPS app and the internal video recording are both requirements.
Okay. Just for the record, a note was passed to me that raises student privacy concerns, and just want to say we understand that, and parents should not be concerned yet, but it's something that I think we should look into. because some parents might see it as a real value to be able to actually lay eyes on their young ones. But more to come on that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Popkin. Does the board have any other questions for transportation? Did you want to open the committee?
Are there community members in the audience now that have a question about the presentation? We just need you to give your
You
name
raised
and
a very
address.
good point about privacy
Your
issues.
name.
Oh, Latanya Woodhouse, and that's 998 Park Avenue, Westbury, of course, 11590.
Thank you.
So, my niece does not ride the school bus, but I would think that that would raise privacy issues when it comes to parents. Actually, what if they do a screenshot of what they've seen and they post it online, and now you have other students who have not signed paperwork stating that their child's face and so forth can be published in images on Facebook and so forth. I understand that they may sign a form for district use, district policy use, but not for parents to just post on Facebook or on Instagram, because that could become a huge legal issue when it comes to privacy in the district.
Thank you, Ms. Woodhouse. You know, we're so lucky to have our legal advisor sitting at the dais with us, and I know for a fact she would not let us do anything that could possibly fall into that category. But thank you for sharing those comments. I know before we move forward with any sort of access to cameras, we will definitely, you know, consult our legal team. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Stephanie Escobar, 200 Asbury Avenue, Westbury, New York, 11590. I'm coming with concerns to the board about transportation, and particularly an event that happened this past week. Specifically, a student, and I'm with her mom here today. She's a neighbor who I was helping out. The student was supposed to be at the bus stop at 4:30. She didn't arrive home until 7:30 after we contacted the school, which the school was closed, for students was closed, transportation was closed. So we didn't know who to reach. Luckily, I had access to one of the custodian's phone numbers at Drexel and was able to find out there was no kids at the school. Mr. Ramirez was stuck there trying to help other parents as well. Apparently the bus broke down. We didn't have any contact information. We didn't know who to call or what to do, and I called Dr. Chase and I let her know what was going on. And then it kind of fell through the chain of command there and what needed to get done. But it took us, one, there's lack of information. We don't know who to call or contact after everything is closed, after 5 p.m. Two, it looks like an app that's going to be successful to knowing where the kids are, but how do we know if the kid even gets on the bus or not? I think is another concern that we should figure out. And maybe, I think what we need to know is what the protocol is if a bus were to be broken down and lost and still have kids on the bus, or what should we do as parents to find our children if everything is closed? And I think it goes a little farther than just this app and tracking a bus. And I think it needs to be addressed and a memo given out to the parents on how to proceed with these type of situations to avoid this happening. You know, luckily, again, we have people to contact, but she stood outside for 2 hours waiting for her daughter. And if we had not intervened, she would still have no way to know what to do.
Yeah. So. You know, thank you for giving us the recommendation to really think about how do parents know if their child is actually on the bus. That's something that the team and I will have to look into further as to how we could better communicate. And I think I opened up the the transportation presentation by saying we're getting better. We're not there yet, but we're definitely getting better. Mom, I share with you, I'm so sorry you had to wait 2 hours. That should not happen. But I just want the community to know that is definitely a one-off. That does not happen every day. There was a breakdown of the bus and a breakdown in communication. We're not going to sugarcoat it. And we know that we have to get better, and so I do apologize to Mom. I know I shared that with you when you and I chatted that day, that evening. But Mr. Popkin, please feel free to add more to it if you need to.
Yeah, absolutely. Just in terms of the, how do we place the child on the bus, and then we know where the bus is, right? And is Dr. Pellick still back there? He is. Yes. Thank you very much. We've been discussing this as a district, and we've budgeted in next year's school budget to have a card reader in the school buses, right? So the students would get up the stairs and swipe onto the bus, right? So we would know the child swiped on the bus, where and when, right? And the same thing when they get off the bus, they'll swipe off, so we know exactly what time and what location the child would have gotten off the bus. And then we could also leverage the GPS data to find out where the bus currently is. But yes, we are looking at the bus passes to have an RFID tag, a little swipe, just simple card. They swipe in, they swipe on the bus, we have the student on the bus, we know where the bus is, and again, they could swipe off the bus, and then we know exactly what time and what location the student, disembarked the bus.
Can you talk into the mic so the families at home can hear you? That's okay.
Another point was what the protocol should be of the bus driver, and also maybe enforcing that with first student, because I asked my daughter what to do, and she said you guys do bus drills at the schools, and that was key because now she knows what to do. But what about the students that maybe are not paying attention at the bus drills, or maybe it wasn't reinforced recently? So I feel like there needs to be a protocol between first student and the schools. You should be calling dispatch at this time. But what if nobody was at dispatch at the moment? Because when I called, nobody answered. So there was a lot, like you said, I know there's a lot to work on, but those key things may make a difference for the kids as well. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, and thank you for being, again, the solution, Mr. Popkin, with the swipe card. I think that's a brilliant idea. And while I'm sending out thank you, Stephanie, for rocking your school bus shirt in support of the transportation presentation today. Nicely done. Nicely done. All right. Thank you. Good job. Okay. So last year, our school district identified diversity, equity, and inclusion as a priority in terms of our approach to curriculum, our hiring practices, our interaction with one another. Before I arrived, this district had already finalized a policy on DEI. And what we needed to do was to identify a person to help us as a district to adhere to the policy and to take what was already established well before I arrived to its next level. I am so happy to introduce you all to Dr. Emily Sands, who will share with us the work that we're doing in DEI practices here in our school district and the work that we will be doing in the coming weeks. And so, Dr. Sands, the floor is yours. We're excited to hear about this great work that we have embarked upon here in our school district. Take it away.
Thank you for the introduction. Is this on? Can everyone hear me? Hi, everyone. For the majority, I've met the most of you in this room. I'm Dr. Emily Sands. Buenas noches, bonsoir. Hello, everybody. I'm very happy to be here. It's very hard to follow the situation over here, the solution. But I am very happy to, again, be here. Let me just make sure. Okay. Before I just start this presentation, I wanted to mention that our DEI plan is with the district's mission and vision. It's fully aligned with promoting the academic excellence, social development, and emotional growth of our students. It's amplifying our students' voices, empowering our students, allowing them to collaborate. And this is our framework. This is our guiding light for our work. Push it twice. See, the solution is helping me here. Oh, here we go. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to make it to the Yes We Can Center yesterday. My son had 102 fever, so I apologize for not being there, and I missed a wonderful event. I wanted to highlight Dr. Martin Luther King. And one of his quotes here is, "Life's most persistent and urgent question is, what are you doing for others?" And that is at the forefront of our work, is constantly thinking, what are we doing for others? What are we doing for our community? What are we doing for our scholars, our families, our staff members, and our teachers? I had a wonderful opportunity of visiting Atlanta, Georgia, and actually seeing the birthplace on Auburn Avenue of Dr. Martin Luther King, and also the Baptist church where he had his services. And it was one of the most profound and powerful experiences ever, and I highly recommend it. Dr. Martin Luther King created the blueprint for social change, and I want us to all keep that in mind. And I wanted to segue into this presentation starting and honoring his legacy. Our community and our district embraces diversity, equity, inclusion, and I want to add the B to the DEI, which is belonging, and that is the heart of our work, is ensuring that all of our community members, our scholars, and our parents have the sense of belonging. So our DEI plan follows the district's 4 goals, which is student achievement, leadership, culture, and communication, district operations, financial management, and engage families and community as partners. In May of 2022, we created a DEI leadership committee that is comprised of administrators and principals and directors. A part of this charge is to ensure that there is diversity, equity, inclusivity, and district-wide in all of our buildings, and to help guide and ensure that this is done throughout. We are following NYSED's CRS framework. In 2018, NYSED created a framework as a guide for all districts in New York State. In May of 2021, they created this wonderful roadmap, which is what we are using as our DEI framework. There are 3 phases that help support the work. Phase 1 is raising awareness of the CRS framework. Phase 2 is building the capacity for this work. And phase 3 is the full implementation of this work. By no means is it 3 phases. DEI work is never ending, it's cyclical, it's ongoing. It's not just a touch and go or a 3-year plan. DEI work is a continuous effort. Right now, we are in the phase 1 and phase 2. So we have been focusing a lot of our time, We have been focusing a lot of our time on family and community engagement. Here we go. We have created a parent liaison teacher on special assignment position. We have Miss Patricia Bastidas here in the crowd. And using her expertise as a teacher in the bilingual classroom. She is in central registration, and she is with Miss Margie Clifton. We also have an additional face position. So in addition to our wonderful Vicky Sylvain, we have Glennis Larios, who is also a wonderful community resource. We implemented district-wide professional development for all of our teachers and staff. And our goal of these workshops is to create a common language throughout the district. We are all using the same language. We are heightening and creating empathy, belonging, civil discourse, community connections. There are 11 workshops that are embedded into our staff meetings in every building, and that is through Vector Solutions, and it's self-paced. So if a teacher is only able to watch 15 minutes of it, they continue to watch it for the next staff meeting. We also have the Long Island Consortia for Excellence Through Equity, workshops for administrators and educators. There are monthly meetings for the Penn Coalition for Educational Equity among DEI officers. And I do want to highlight that we do have, and we started in December, a 50-hour training for one school counselor in every building to receive a DEI school counselor specialist certification. These are the 11 courses that are implemented district-wide. In addition, we are creating a DEI committee in every building. We just asked for applications for who would want to join the DEI building level committees. And throughout these committees, they're also going to be on the DEI Climate Survey Committee. And this should be coming out in a month. And this is, again, it's a reflection on areas of growth and also areas of celebration. There is a lot of great work that is already being done in Westbury, so we want to highlight that, and we want to ensure that we're improving on it, creating an impact, and creating more support efforts. Oh, Xavier, I don't know if our battery's running out here. Here we go. In addition, I've been working with our social studies chair in the middle school and also in the high school, as well as the middle school and high school principals. And one of the programs I'd love to see here in fall of 2023 is the Seal of Civic Readiness. And this is modeled after the Seal of Biliteracy. And this is just another pathway for graduation. It also creates a sense of civic responsibility in our students, which I think we need a lot more of in this world. We want to empower their voices. We want to hear from them what changes they'd like to see implemented in the community, in the school, in the world. And there are 2 capstone projects that they need to complete. One is in 7th grade, and one is in 12th grade. And I would love to see, ideally next year, a civic day where we can celebrate their success with their capstone project and present to the board, present to the community, whatever it is that they worked on, what was the result of their capstone project, and to also give us ideas of what we can implement in the community or in the school. But again, it's an opportunity for us to hear our students' voices and for them to learn how to empower themselves, and just another pathway to amplify their voices. So that segues into the DEI Youth Council. Another, again, I'd love to see that also partnered up with the Seal of Civic Readiness in the fall of 2023. And this would be in collaboration with our guidance counselors. And again, it's just a way of hearing our students. We would create listening sessions with our students, hopefully restorative practices where we can hear day in, day out, you know, what it is that they'd like to see. And my final slide is an equity audit. For any kind of work that you're doing with DEI, you need a baseline to see what you're starting with. And again, it's a lot of great work that we're already doing in Westbury. It's celebrating that. It's looking at the work we're doing. It could be just in one building, 2 buildings, and we'd like to see it district-wide. We'd like to see an even distribution of that work. Equity audit sounds very harsh, and it shouldn't be that way. So it's learning walks. It's looking in our libraries to see if there's diversity across the board, if children's cultures are being represented throughout the hallways. And it's just a learning walk to see how can we improve our processes? How can we improve the entrance of, where our children are walking into? Again, it's for us to improve on what we're already doing. And actually, we're going to have progressive partners, Natalie McGee, present at our next board meeting, and she could explain the scope of work and exactly what does that entail. And so our SEL theme is #community. And again, the way I started off with acknowledging and highlighting Dr. Martin Luther King's work, this work is just not the work of one person or one building or just a few in the DEI committee. This is the work of community. This is work of the entire district. And a lot of you, I want to thank you for partnering up with the school district, with community organizations, and I look forward to the continued work that we will be doing together. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sands, Thank you, Dr. Sands, for that great presentation and that insight into the work that we're doing with DEI. I can't wait to launch the seal of civic readiness. I know you talked about you'd like to see that's the direction that we're going. Can you just talk a little bit about the importance of that designation on one's high school diploma? Because we have a couple of designations in the school district. We're looking at seal by literacy, IB diploma, as well as seal of civic readiness. Can you just talk to the community a little bit more about seal of civic readiness?
Sure. So with the seal of civic readiness, again, it's another pathway for graduation. The beauty of the seal of civic readiness is there could be one capstone project per classroom. So we're looking at possibly a 95% graduation rate of students that could receive the seal of civic readiness.
Okay, very, very good. And when will we get that full authorization for the seal?
So as a committee, we've been working on it.
Yep.
So we're hoping to start in the spring for next year. So the application process will start in the spring.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. And possibly the class of 2024?
Yes.
Will have the opportunity to have a seal of civic readiness.
Correct.
Well, kudos to you. Very good.
Thank you. Thank you.
Are there any questions from the board?
What is the capstone project?
I'm sorry? Who was speaking?
What is the capstone project?
So a capstone project is one project. Now, it could be done individually, it could be done in groups, but for the first year, we want to do one classroom capstone project, and that is in 7th grade as well as in 12th grade. And a capstone project is any kind of problem or solution where they see in the community, let's say, there's a problem that they'd like to see. There was a sample capstone project done in another school district where a student found that it was a problem having student parking permit in the front of their car, and it's something that you wouldn't even think of. And the student said, well, she did a lot of research about it, and she said, anyone could follow you or know what school district you're in if you have your parking permit. And she pled her case, and with the capstone project, you have a panel of judges, and they sort of decide whether it is a case or not. But they have the opportunity to voice their opinion. They have the research to back it up. And it's teaching our students to have that civic engagement and learn how to be actively involved in the community and partner up with the community members as well. Thank you.
I have another question.
Yes.
You don't? Okay. So I have a couple of questions, and I think it's for us to reflect as a community that on the back of celebrating Martin Luther King's Day yesterday,
Yes.
and understanding as a community that his fight was for equality for everyone. I'm so pleased that we have a DEI policy Not only that, but also we have in front of it as a director of DEI to move forward in the district. So the question that I have is this. Are you going to be looking into the curriculum in the district to ensure and recommend that it reflects and highlights the diversity that we have in our district? And, you know, diversity, equity, and inclusion, when it comes to equity, you can have equity, but do we have equitable resources to those that need it in the district? And my question is, will that be part of, you know, your mandate as well? And the third one is that you did mention there will be a student's involvement. And how significant will that involvement, how much power will they have, the students, to be able to recommend to the district where they need resources because it's not being distributed equitable based on where they're coming from?
Thank you. Those are many questions, but really important questions. So I want to touch base on, first, on the student voices. I think that is the most powerful voice that would be guiding our work. They are in the classrooms, they are in the buildings, they're in the hallways, and hearing their, you know, their perspective is the most important one. You know, I can't make any kind of decisions, or we all can't make decisions without hearing their voice and their input. Exactly what resources do they need? You know, what their perspective on what goes on in the classroom, what is being taught. Does it really capture their culture? And again, their voices are the most powerful. As far as curriculum and instruction, we have already started that work as far as previewing. We implemented American Reading Company, ARC, which has diversity and culture interwoven throughout the ELA and reading. I've had the wonderful experience of working with ARC for 3 years, and I have experience with Erla and Enil, which is Enil is a Spanish component of it, and it's all interwoven into the books. So that is just the start of it. I've also been a part of the math piloting committees and just ensuring that the Reveal and Eureka Math Squared that we are piloting is something that is inclusive for all of our students. Looking at language translations as well for them and ensuring that it's something that our district really needs. It's not something that I do alone. We have our DEI leadership committee as well. And once we start our building level committees, they would have that input as well. I want to hear the teachers and the staff members, their input, you know, their perspective as well. And there was a second question. I can't remember what it was. I'm so sorry.
So I had asked you about the students' involvement, about the curriculum,
Yes.
and also in terms of, although we strive to, and we do a great job being equitable, are we really being equitable? And is that something that you'll be looking at in terms of our resources,
Yes.
based on the needs of our student population? And just want to add one more thing is that I think it's important for our community to realize and understand that the fact that we have a DEI initiative is not only focused on the community of color or Hispanics. I think that we have a growing Southeast Asian community here, and I'm pleased to see in our agenda we're going to be appointing a translator for Urdu because we need those resources just like we have it for Haitian Creole, Spanish. And, but I also like to highlight the fact that as our community has evolved, we also have a great tradition of, you know, the Italian community, Portuguese community, the Jewish faith community as well, and now the Muslim community. So I just want people to understand that DEI, from my perspective as a board member, is not only about the majority of our student population, which is Hispanic, African American, you know, Black community, but it's also everybody that is part of our entire community. And I think the more that we learn about each other, we celebrate it, we value it in different ways. I think that makes us a stronger community, a more united community, and a more effective and productive community. Thank you.
No, thank you. I mean, you've summed it up perfectly. And I want to say thank you to all of you and community members and the school district. I want to say that you're pioneers in something that you don't see throughout Long Island. This is the only position, Director of Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, throughout Long Island. There is one in Eastern Suffolk, BOCES, that supports districts. However, no one has made that commitment, and this is something that's very monumental. So again, kudos to all of you for creating something like this and approving it and supporting it. And you know, it speaks volumes. And yes, you're right, DEI, it encompasses everyone. And again, at the center of DEI is belonging. We want everyone to feel like they belong. Thank you.
I'm so happy you brought out the fact that we are one of maybe 2 districts on the island that were bold enough
Yes.
to identify a director of DEI, because we're not just saying it because it's fancy to say, or it's sexy to say, or it's popular to say. We're actually doing the work. It was pointed out by our New York State Education Department Chancellor, Dr. Lester Young, how bold, how fast forward-thinking our district is by hiring a DEI director. And he mentioned that throughout New York State, where he hears districts will put it in their vision, will write all these things about it and say, but we are one school district that's actually doing the work. And to be recognized by our school chancellor is definitely commendable to our entire district. So kudos to the school board.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I have to also tell you, I've had other districts call me and ask me, what is it that Westbury is doing with DEI work? They have committees, and many schools can have committees. And what happens with committees is after 2-3 years, they have these initiatives and they kind of fizzle. So we are building something as a framework for other districts to look at as well. And just having our internal committees helping out with this work, again, it's not just work for one person, it is a community effort. So again, thank you all for having that vision. Thank you.
I am just listening to you, and the civic readiness component to the graduation. I think that's awesome, because once they leave here, they will be first of all civic-minded, and they will be advocates for themselves, and that is the most important thing. And the fact that when we say DEI and it's all inclusive, that means for everyone. Yes. So when they go to advocate, they're not only advocating for themselves, they'll be advocating for the entire community. And the fact that that's our SEL component this month, and we're also celebrating Dr. King this month, it gives them something to build on once they walk out of these doors, and it gives them a sense of who they are. Mm-hmm. So when they get to that college level, they already know who they are and how they want to change the world. So I'm very excited about what we have going forward. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. And just to piggyback on what you're saying, I have never seen a community that has stayed in the community and has given back as much as I've seen in Westbury. I'm heavily involved in my community in the town of Southampton, but I have never seen something like this. So I just want to say, you know, my heart yesterday was in the event, and I was upset that I wasn't able to be there. But another part of the civic readiness is learning how to listen to other people's perspectives and having respectful dialogue. So a part of that civic readiness is having that exchange. So we need to teach our young youth and our students in our district how to have a civic conversation. And we might have differing opinions, but it's okay. We could respect that and respect one another. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Sands.
Thank you.
Excellent. Oh, I'm sorry, one more. I apologize.
I'm sorry. I just had one question from the presentation. Mm-hmm. In addition, are there any other methods that we'll be using in addition to the climate survey to gauge the effectiveness of the goals that were presented?
Absolutely. So I touched lightly on the equity audit. And again, I hate the word audit because It sounds scary, but it's something that will be done in every building, and it'll be done district-wide. There will be focus groups, there'll be surveys, there'll be interviews, there'll be meeting with parents. We also have Ms. Bastidas and our FACE liaisons who are doing surveys with the parents. Ms. Bastidas met with the PTA Executive Board, and she sent out a survey to see and hear their voice. She had a listening session with them as well, just to hear their perspective, what kind of events, what kind of workshops do they see there's a need for, what kind of resources, what can we do to provide whatever it is that they need to help with homework, technology 101. So it encompasses a lot, not just one survey. That one survey is mostly done before any kind of work is done. So we want to make sure that that DEI survey goes out quickly to parents and to all of our staff members. Yes.
Thank you. I mean, I'm asking, the reason why I asked that question is, like you said, people are often, when you hear audit
Yes.
or assessment, you know, benchmark, things of that nature, it kind of causes people to be concerned because it may identify areas that we're currently lacking. But I really want us to be able to not look at it in a negative sense,
Yes.
but look at it in the sense to, number one, prove the point of the progress that we're able to make, and then make it sustainable.
Absolutely.
Where, like you said, it's not just a committee
No.
that after a year or two fizzles out,
Yes.
but it's a repeatable process that we can continually grow. And there may be years where we take a dip, but we're able to identify what those dips are and address them in a way that will continue that growth mindset that we push into the children as a district.
Oh, 100% agree.
Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else have any questions? Oh, yes, please.
Again, Latanya Woodhouse, Park Avenue, 998 Park Avenue. I have a question. And we started the same in my old school district, well, school actually, the private school, we called it Jedi instead of Jedi. And I was on one of the
Ms. Wittes, I'm just going to remind you that.
we called it Jedi. I was on one of the communities to include justice with it. But my question is, what are the teachers including every day into their curriculum that when it comes to cultural responsive teaching, what are they including into the curriculum? What are they putting in every day? Are they putting in current events? What resources are they using? And then also, I know they're doing PLCs with this as well. And I know the teachers are overwhelmed. There are a lot of new initiatives that are coming in right now, and wonderful initiatives, but I know that they are overwhelmed, although this is very important. It's one of the most important initiatives that I've seen one of, but what type of resources do they have available to them to use at home? What type of reading? Which books are they reading at home, the teachers? When they're home, are they required to come back and reflect with other teachers on what they've gone over? Are they having the same type of discussions where we need to have the students coming together and having these difficult conversations? Are the teachers also coming together to have those difficult conversations because they're going to have to lead those conversations with the students and teach them how to actually have these conversations without arguing, with respecting everyone's views and values and so forth. So how is that being implemented in? And that's a lot, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, it's a lot, but it's important. Thank you. Sorry. So you touched on something that is a great question. With DEI, we're very intentional about how we're rolling it out. Yes, our teachers are overwhelmed with a lot of the implementations that we are doing. Like I mentioned, we have ARC that started, and just the training alone can be overwhelming. However, when I say that, Westbury has been doing the work, and they started doing the work. I mean, at the high school, Shahana's here. I attend the meetings that they have, and they blow me away with the work that they're doing. They meet after school, after work hours, and they discuss what they're doing together, what kind of implementations they'd like to see. They work with the students as well. Now, we're not there in every building. Every building is doing something different. However, our goal is for everyone to speak the same language, for everyone to be doing the same work, everyone using the same framework. We're not there yet. So again, we're at phase 1 and phase 2. We're doing the professional development first. So we have to roll this out in phases to do it the right way. It's not something that we just want to throw everything at them at the same time. So by next year, we could start weaving into the classrooms some of this work. So right now, we're very intentional, and we don't want to overwhelm anybody, but again, it has to be done in phases. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sands. I was just reminded by our board clerk that we received a FOIL request inquiring about what is Westbury doing with DEI. So you're right, people are asking that question. Good job. Thank you for all that you do, and thank you for choosing Westbury.
Dr. Chase, do you have a superintendent's report tonight?
Why, I do, Mr. President. So just in keeping in line with the conversation about communication, I am really pleased to share with you that we are working really hard to implement our parent portal for our elementary schools. That's something that is necessary, and I cannot wait for that to happen. Ms. Maria Grabowski, who is talking to Dr. Sands right here, is leading that effort in our school district in helping our elementary schools to open up that portal to our parents. In addition, last week, if I'm not mistaken, there was a parent who came to the podium who asked about the mobile app. I think it was you. Ms. Woodhouse, was it you? Yeah, you made comments. No, I appreciate it. But I appreciate it because what we're going to be doing is we're going to implement, Ms. Woodhouse, a mobile app version of our website. Many of our parents access our website through their phones. They're not going to a computer, they're not looking at a laptop. Am I right, Margie? They're not doing that. And what we recognize is that when you use your phone to access our website, you may not be able to have the full function of the website. So our district-wide, technology specialist, Laser Alert, who's been working with us, you've seen the wonderful things on our website and our Facebook page and different things of that sort. He has developed an app version of our full website, and that will be available to our families in the next couple of weeks. So our district is making amazing effort to better communicate with our families, better communicate with the community so that you can be in the know of what's happening. I know that when Stephanie was here earlier, she said to me, Dr. Chase, we love your memos, but they're not working. Parents are not reading them the way we would like for them to read, so you need to find another way of communicating. And what I shared with her is that I'm going to start meeting with our PTA. I look forward to meeting with our PTA in February. I'd like to give them a demonstration of all of our apps and the different ways that they can better communicate with us and that we can stay in touch. I want to share with them some of the program offerings. And what I also shared with Stephanie is that instead of the memos that I send out, that I will also transition to doing video messages to our families. I think that people will hear the message as opposed to reading it, and I think that it would be better understood. Someone's mic is on, right? Maybe, maybe not. That sound is driving me nuts. The one thing we'd like to put in the budget are new microphones. Miss O'Neill, we need them badly. I'm tired of being embarrassed by these microphones. It's terrible. Right? I am very pleased to announce to our community, for the first time ever, Ms. Margie Clifton and her team has been working with our digital team in digitizing our lottery for pre-K. Woohoo! Yay! I love when we digitize things, right? There's been information disseminated. I believe more information will be disseminated in the communities with a QR code that leads families right to the pre-K lottery. Am I correct? Say it again, Margie. Is right on their phones. We recognize that people use their phones more, so we need to meet people where they are. I just want to thank you, Ms. Clifton, for your innovation and for finding better ways that we can reach our families. I understand that there's been about 60-somewhat applicants so far. We have about 200 slots, am I not mistaken? So families, the lottery is open, and it's open through January 27th. If you need more information, Ms. Marjorie Clifton is always available with her team to answer your questions. You can also access this information on our website. It's there. So please, please, please consider entering the lottery, families, for those of you who can hear me. I just have a couple of congratulations. I want to congratulate Dryden Street Elementary School. I'm congratulating them because their kindergarten, one of their kindergarten classes entered a contest called Gingineering, where the students made a gingerbread house out of, let me make sure I get this correct, non-food items. The students had to use engineering, innovation, collaboration, and strong communication. Well, they won the competition. They entered a competition that was designed for K through 4, and the kindergartners won. The kindergartners won. How cute is that? And I think it's really amazing what we're doing in science in our school district. We've hired science specialists. Thank you, Board of Education. We've hired science specialists at our elementary schools to move our science agenda forward. Here it is. Look at our kindergartners. So kudos to them. I also want to give kudos to a young lady who is one of our girls basketball varsity team members. Her name is Karina Azamar. Well, if you haven't heard about Karina Azamar, Mr. McGibbons, you want to hear about her now. She reached 1,000 points. 1,000 points in this season. We are so proud of her. She has made notoriety in the newspaper, notoriety in our school district. She was honored a couple of weeks ago, but I think we need to give her a shout out. That is definitely going to propel her to be recognized by the colleges of her choice. So let's give it up for Karina Azamar once again. And Coach Teeter, we can't forget the coach, right? Because behind every good player is a great coach. Let's give it up for him. I also want to recognize our varsity boys track team. They won the Suffern High School Invitational, which included approximately 40 schools. Westbury High School junior, Jose Gilbert, helped his team finishing first in the 55-meter dash. Westbury High School student Lenny Jean took first place in the high jump, low jump. Let's give it up for those kids. What an amazing job for our track team. Let's give it up for Coach Ross as well. Again, behind every good athlete or athletic team is a great coach. Our school district hopefully will be moving forward with a girls flag football team. Go ahead, Westbury. I cannot wait. Thank you, Ms. Johanna. And thank you for your support in putting that together so that we will have, hopefully, coaching. I believe we have interest already. Dr. Bloom indicated. I look forward to seeing a girls flag football league in our school district. When that happens, I encourage you to come on out and let's cheer them on and let's celebrate them. Mr. President, that concludes my report. I'm going to pass the baton to Ms. O'Neill, our Assistant Superintendent for Finance.
Thank you, Dr. Chase. And I'm told the ringing in the speaker was because your microphone was up. I texted you. Good evening. We are well underway with the 23-24 budget development. We are on track for a draft 1 presentation on February 28th. One of the things that we are waiting for right now is the executive budget. Typically, that comes out mid-January, so we should be receiving that anytime. We are in the process of updating our budget webpage, and that'll be happening in the next few weeks. And we will continue using our budget@westburyschools.org for any emails, any questions regarding the budget. Thank you.
Dr. Bloom?
Thank you, Dr. Chase. Good evening. I heard Mr. Popkin. What about everyone else? Good evening.
Good evening.
That's my thing. When Dr. Chase said, "You want to talk tonight?" I said, "Absolutely. That's my thing." Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening. A little humor helps. Just providing a COVID-19 update. COVID-19 still continues to be an issue in the United States and New York State. And just a reminder to all our families, students, staff that we use a digital reporting system that you can find directly online to notify us of a positive case. If there's concern, we always have the school nurses, we have me. And please continue to use the district's website where we continually update a count of the positive cases. We report it on a daily basis, and we have an overall cumulative chart. And any other updates that come through, we will continue to notify the community, and wishing you all a great night. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. President, I did say that ended my report, but I missed two items, and two very important items. First, I want to congratulate all of the scholars who participated in yesterday's MLK Day of Service event that was hosted by the NAACP held at the Yes We Can Center. We had students from kindergarten through grade 12 just share stories, song, their feelings, their own poems, parts of speech of Dr. King that resonated with them, and it was well received, well attended, and I want to thank the NAACP as well as their partners with the Yes We Can Center and the Pi Pi Omega chapter of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated for a job well done yesterday. Our students were amazing. I also want to share with the community that, you know, there are members of our staff who we don't always recognize because these are the people who are typically behind the scenes. We call them in our school district non-negotiables. What that means is that they're not in a union. That means that these people work on contract. They are some of the hardest working individuals in our school district. They are here this evening, and I just would like for them to stand, and I'd like to just acknowledge them and just thank them for a job well done. I'm going to start with Margie Clifton. Margie Clifton is our district registrar. She meets our families when they come into our school district. She welcomes them with open arms, and she guides them, regardless of their language, regardless of their economic background, regardless of who they are. She welcomes them in, and she does it with kindness, and she does it with care, and she does it with empathy. Stand up, please. I want to introduce you all to Elizabeth Campbell. While we don't have a person identified for curriculum and instruction, it has become all of our responsibility in central office. Elizabeth is the glue that holds that department together. No matter the task, she's always willing to do it with the same smile that you see on her face right now. Elizabeth is a welcome addition to our Westbury family. Elizabeth, stand up so we know who you are. Thank you for making sure that all of our materials are ordered, our books are ordered, making sure that our students have what exactly they need so that our teachers can be successful. James Popkins, the solution. He needs no further introduction. He is who he is. Many of you see this gentleman come to our board meetings. As of late, or a couple of times, he came on crutches and he came on a little cart with a little bell. He is so committed and dedicated to our school district. And because, you know, we all know he had an incident a couple of weeks ago, this is a gentleman who is so committed to our school district where he was willing to drive to work using his left foot. Not good, but he's very committed. When we had a transportation debacle last year, he stood in the gap and said, Dr. Chase, I don't know transportation, but I'm willing to do it. These are the people in our school district who are just committed and dedicated. I'd like to introduce you all to Mr. Rob Stein. Working with Mr. Rob Stein is a gentleman who has taken on a task that he did not apply for. That is Mr. Michael Hardy. You can call him 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. He is there, ready, willing, able to step in, stand in the gap for our facilities department, and he's taken on the role to oversee our security in the absence of a directive for security. He's a hardworking man. You can call him at 6 o'clock in the morning. You can call him at 6 o'clock in the evening, Saturday, Sunday. He has the same personality. He's a good man, and he can cook. I've had his fried turkey. It is delicious. The man can throw down. We appreciate you, Mr. Hardy. I want to introduce you to someone who you probably don't realize that a district needs this role. She's our data analysis. She's the person that when we need someone to crunch the numbers, tell us about enrollment, tell us that enrollment is growing, it's declining, it's increasing, let us know the absenteeism of our students, our attendance, tell us where we are with our reading scores, our math scores. She helps to align those numbers to help our educators to better provide education to our students. She has taken on even more of a role. She is now helping us to digitize our report cards in a different way, to enhance our report cards, to improve how we speak to our parents through the report card. And as I shared with you, she's leading the effort also into providing the opportunity for our parents to use the parent portal. Her name is Maria Grabowski. Maria Grabowski, please stand up. You're welcome. I feel like I'm missing somebody. I know. I have 2 assistant superintendents who are at the end. My 2 assistant superintendents are my left and my right. These people, they're with me. They rock with me. They do what they have to do to get the job done. Miss Mary O'Neill, you all know her, Assistant Superintendent for Finance, and our Assistant Superintendent for Personnel, Mr. Roger Bloom. These people are dedicated, and it is an honor to lead this district alongside the 2 of you. Thank you for all that you do. I feel like I'm missing someone. I know who I'm missing. I know who I'm missing. I am missing someone, and I saved her for last on purpose. When I first arrived at this district, she was the first person who greeted me. I remember Mr. Triano, before I even started working here, said to me, Randy is looking forward to meeting you. And I kept saying, who is this Randy person? And then Roger, who was the interim superintendent at the time, said, no, she really wants to meet you. But I remember meeting Randy for the first time and listening to her soothing voice. She's been a rock to me. She's been a rock star. She's honest. She's my historian. We have fun together. We laugh out loud in the office. And Randy, you make coming to work exciting and pleasurable for me. I want to introduce everyone to my executive assistant, Randy Thomas. She's the real superintendent. I work for her. Randy is awesome. I mean, you know everything about the district. I think you are one of the senior-most clerical workers here, and not senior in age, but senior in the time that you've given to the district. And you've given the district your pretty much so much of yourself. And I just want you to know that I appreciate you. And you know that. All right. Have I missed anyone?
Yes, you missed one more person.
Who did I miss?
You can be forgiven. You can be forgiven for
Who
that.
did I miss? No, that's your dog. That's you guys do that. Oh, okay, yeah. So the board will do that. But I do want to introduce Ms. Bacidas. I just want everyone to know who she is. I know that Dr. Sand indicated that we have a new parent liaison, right? Face leader. Say it again. She's our parent liaison. She'll be working very closely with Margie and her crew over at the registrar office, and she will be welcoming our parents to the district, giving them all the guidance that they need, giving them everything they need so that they will feel welcome and feel a sense of belonging. Thank you for identifying this as a necessary position. There are many parents who come to us who might be new to the area, new to the country, and who will need guidance to get acclimated, and that's the role that you will be playing. You are appreciated for stepping out of the classroom and into a role such as this. Congratulations. Now, Mr. President, there's another non-negotiable who works very, very closely with the board, and so I'm going to let you have this one.
This one is ours. She actually works for the board, unlike everybody else here. But I just want to say to the administrative group that's right in here, and Maria, you moved on me, so so you have to move back there now, okay? I just want to say how pleasant it is to have all of you come this evening. Many of the others that Dr. Chase mentioned, the board interacts with on a more regular basis, but we don't get to see you in your direct work as often as we see some of those. So it's great to see you. And I can tell you that Dr. Chase gave a rundown of each one of you in executive session in last week's board meeting. And I must say her conversation was full of superlatives. And she's truly very, very high on all of you. So it's, we want to thank you for your support for the school district, for the superintendent, and for our communities. Thank you very much. Randy has been here through 1, 2, 3, 4 superintendents, right? So she bridges. You'll appreciate this, Dr. Chase. She bridges Dr. Connie Clark-Sneed to Dr. Tahira Dupree Chase. So she's that connecting. And I'll also tell you that I'm not sure I shared this with you, but when we were going through the search, Randy laid out the kind of person she wanted for superintendent.
Oh, I didn't know that. You didn't tell me that, Randy. We talk about everything. That you didn't tell me.
And then after we completed the search and she had a bit of time to work with you, she thanked the board for meeting her wishes. So, I know. Thank you. So the one remaining person who's in the non-negotiated group that we haven't spoken about yet sits at the far right of this dais. Many of you, see her at board meetings, may not have the chance to work with her. I see Margie is nodding her head in appreciation. So we want to say thank you to Beverly Cathnot, who's also to be commemorated, commended for the work and the time that she gives to the Board of Education and to the school district. We are very thankful to have you at our beck and call, and whenever I need to get in touch with our school board attorney, I just call Ms. Cathnot to take care of that. But anything else that we need, she's very quick to get us the answer, and we really do appreciate you as well. Thank you. And Vice President Jung is reminding me that some of you may see her and may actually work with her in, with respect to the running of the board and budget elections every May. And in that instance, she doesn't work for the superintendent, she doesn't work for the board, she works for the community and does an excellent job. So thank you for everything you do on our behalf. Give her a big round of applause. Thank you.
And Beverly, on behalf of the administrative team at the White House and the facilities building, we appreciate all that you do. Thank you for keeping us in stitches and laughing with those little jokes and those stories, and for your dedication to the school district. You are appreciated. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move to the portion of the agenda where interested parties can ask questions of the board, whether that impacts tonight's voting agenda or just the operations of the school district. We'll provide an opportunity for those that are with us in the audience to come to the mic now to ask their questions. And if anybody is streaming in, live streaming in, please start typing in your questions or comments in the designated chat room. Mr. McGibbons?
Chester McGibbon, 50. Mr. President, you want to complete that?
501 Alicia Drive, Westbury, New York.
You have only been hearing this for 28 years, Mr. President. 502 Alicia Drive. Mr. President, it's our first action meeting for the year. Sorry I missed last week's planning meeting, but I'm just happy to be ushering in a new year, knowing that for me, it could have gone either way. That's a beautiful thing. Mr. President, I have this somewhat inflated feeling. Not this, and not monetary-wise either, but a feeling of high expectation that considering last year's record-breaking budget, and I see we are on the mark in terms of the scheduled presentation this year, avoiding the missteps of last year. But I have this feeling that, high expectation that, considering that record-breaking budget and with financial windfalls coming from all directions, you're going to announce to this community that there will be no increase in the budget this year. And I put this in perspective, Mr. President. When I came here in 1995, the budget at that time was $37 million, $37.5 million to be exact. And that year, we also had our third consecutive year of austerity budgets. The word austerity was very commonplace at that time until the intrepid and dynamic team of Triano Lake Brown stepped in and stopped that hemorrhage. We have not used the word austerity in a while. As a matter of fact, the last time we had an austerity budget was 2003, I believe. But you'll be saying, Chester, that was a long time ago. Things were different then. House prices was what? In the 150s or 100,000s. District population was what? As a matter of fact, last year we had our first $1 million sale here in Westbury. Towards the end of spring or the beginning of summer, right there on Oxford Street. But I'm saying that, Mr. President, that we have, as I said, financial windfalls coming from all directions. I believe we are to get another $23 million from the foundation aid that's owed to us. And I believe we have some more money from the elementary and secondary school emergency relief fund to collect. So that's how I'm looking at it. Some of us in this community, Mr. President, know that we know of your financial acumen, acuity, and expertise. You've come to our assistance in the past. You've bailed us out in the past.
I'm waiting for the butt to come.
I know you can do it again, Mr. President. As one former president used these famous words, read my lips. No new taxes. So go get him, Chad.
Would you like a comment about that?
Yes, sir.
So, Mr. McGibbon is talking about a record-setting budget last year. I think what you're what you're referring to, I used to call it the most ambitious budget in Westbury's history.
$175 million.
I'm sorry?
$175 million.
Oh, you meant in that sense. But I think it's a mistake to focus on the budget amount, because while that may have set a record for the highest actual level of expenditure in the district's history, you may recall that it also set a record for the highest and only the second reduction in taxes in the district's history. And so I referred to it as the most ambitious budget because it managed to lower taxes by $2 million, and that's the entire tax bill for the Westbury School District. It also added to the curriculum and added to the budget for capital expenditures. What we're going to get this year in terms of financial aid is not certain yet, as Ms. O'Neill said. We should know that hopefully sometime this month, and then we can figure out whether or not we can have a reoccurrence of the last 2 years in which we actually, each of the last 2 years, we actually cut taxes.
Well, I know $23 million is guaranteed from the foundation aid.
Yeah, we'll see what we get. I just would like to correct your use of the word windfall, because a windfall sounds as though it just fell off the back of a truck and we just got lucky and were there and picked it up on time. What we're getting from the state in the sense of, in terms of increased foundation aid, as you know, is just them paying back what they owed us in the past. And so the taxpayers have borne the burden of that in the past. So any tax increase or holding the line on taxes is really just getting back to them. And keep in mind that whatever we get from the state this year, in combination with what we got the last 2 years, does not fill the hole in what we didn't get in previous years that we are still owed.
This was supposed to be the kickoff of the pep rally I had in mind. And I said I was feeling this inflated feeling. But now I'm just... Good try, Mr.
President. And Happy New Year to you. Are there any other questions or comments? And there are none in the chat room. Okay. We're now going to move to the portion of the meeting. Let me make sure. Yeah, where we vote on tonight's agenda items, or at least on the voting items, and there are some of you that have a real interest in how this vote goes. I am going to ask for I thought Ms. Thomas was leaving me.
Oh, no, she's not going anywhere. Getting a better seat.
So I am going to be asking for, in a moment, for the board to vote as one block, all of the agenda items with the exception of 3. But before we get to that, I want to give the superintendent an opportunity to make some acknowledgments to some of the people that are with us today.
Cindy Reyes, are you here? Where are you? Hi, Cindy. Cindy's a graduate of Westbury High School, and I will be asking the board to approve the recommendation for Cindy to work at Park Avenue School as a leave replacement elementary education teacher. Excellent.
Cindy, where did you go to school? Oh, and before that? What was that? Westbury High School? Thank you for coming back.
That's right. Awesome, Cindy. Isabella Valencia. Hi, Isabella. Isabella, this evening I will be recommending your appointment as a teaching assistant, special education at Dryden Street School. Board of Education, this is Isabella Valencia.
And who's that next to you?
Aww.
Hi, bestie.
Is John Benegno here? If I mispronounce your name, I apologize. John, I will be I will be recommending you this evening as a permanent sub at Park Avenue School. Congratulations and welcome aboard. Well, congratulations if the board agrees, but hopefully they will. Is Vincenza Bonello here? And is Caroline Curran here? Hi, Caroline. Caroline, I will be recommending you this evening as a teacher aide at Westbury Middle School. Board of Ed, this is Caroline Curran. And you know, Mr. President, when we were speaking about non-negotiables, there's a reason why I introduced the first set of non-negotiables, but there's also someone else who's in that category who's here, and I don't think people really know that we actually have a full-time district treasurer. Her name is Kathy Setek. Kathy sits in the corner during our meetings very quietly, waiting for the board to ask her a question. Probably about a warrant report or a treasurer's report, I don't know. But Kathy is also one of the invaluable members of our finance department. She comes to us with a wealth of information. Kathy, we appreciate all that you have done and will continue to do in this district. You are definitely an invaluable new member to the Westbury family, and I just want the community to officially meet you once again because I introduced all the non-negotiables and I just can't leave you out. So Kathy, welcome, congratulations, and we're so happy to have you here in our school district. That's it.
Okay, thank you all. I'm going to make a motion. I'd like to make a motion to withdraw items 7I and 7J. Do we have a second? I'm making the motion. No, I'm making the motion. I'm asked myself, I'm making the motion.
I second the motion.
It's been moved and seconded. Ayes, Trustee Quintanilla.
Aye.
Trustee Wilson.
Aye.
Trustee Dickerson.
Aye.
Trustee Keynes.
Aye.
Trustee Bowling.
Aye.
Vice President Ewing.
Aye.
And I, Robert Troiano, vote aye. Motion carries unanimously. Items 7I and 7J are withdrawn. I'd like to make a motion to table item 5G. When we table 5G, it will be discussed in executive session. It's an item that has an impact on personnel. When we come out of executive session, we may come out and vote on item 5G. If we don't vote on it tonight, we will amend it and it'll be presented at a later time. I have a motion to table 5G.
So
Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Trustee Quintanilla. It's been moved and seconded. Trustee Quintanilla.
Aye.
Trustee Wilson.
Aye.
Trustee Dickerson.
Aye.
Trustee Keynes.
Aye.
Trustee Bowling.
Aye.
Vice President Ewing.
Aye.
And I, Robert Troiano, vote aye. Motion carries unanimously. All right, now I'm going to ask for a motion to vote all of the other agenda items as a block with the exception of 7I, 7J, and 5G.
So moved.
Been moved by Trustee Keynes. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Trustee Dickerson. Ayes, Trustee Quintanilla.
Aye.
Trustee Wilson.
Aye.
Trustee Dickerson.
Aye.
Trustee Keynes.
Aye.
Trustee Bowling.
Aye.
Vice President Ewing.
Aye.
And I, Robert Troiano, vote aye. Now, the moment you are waiting for, I'm now going to ask that for a motion to block vote to approve all the items that were previously approved for a block vote. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Dickerson. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Trustee Wilson. Trustee Quintanilla.
Aye.
Trustee Wilson.
Aye.
Trustee Dickerson. Trustee Keynes.
Aye.
Trustee Bowling.
Aye.
Vice President Ewing.
Aye.
And I, Robert Troiano, vote aye. Motion carries unanimously. Congratulations to all of you. Okay, I'm now going to ask for a motion to go to executive session to discuss items of personnel. I anticipate that we will be in executive session no longer than 11 o'clock. And when we come out of executive session, as I said earlier, we may vote on Resolution 5G. And whether we do or not, after that, we'll first vote to come out of executive session, perhaps entertain the vote on 5G, and then vote to adjourn for the evening. Do I have a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
Been moved by Trustee Quintanilla. Do we have a second? Seconded by Trustee Bowling. Ayes. Trustee Quintanilla.
Aye.
Trustee Wilson.
Aye.
Trustee Dickerson.
Aye.
Trustee Keynes.
Aye.
Trustee Bowling.
Aye.
Vice President Ewing.
Aye.
And I, Robert Troiano, vote aye. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you all.
So moved.
Been moved by trustee Quintanilla. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by trustee Bowling. Ayes, trustee Quintanilla?
Aye.
Trustee Wilson?
Aye.
Dickerson?
Aye.
Aye.
Trustee Kane?
Aye. And clearly through my microphone, aye.
Gone. And Robert Troiano, vote aye. Motion carries unanimously, 7-0. Prior to going into executive session, it was indicated that we may come out and vote on the item that had been tabled. That was item 5G, which is the approval of the 2023-2024 student calendar. The student calendar indicates which days of the school year the school will be open and which days the school will be closed. It also indicates what the reason is on the days that the school is to be closed. It indicates what the reason is for the school to be closed. Because this item had an impact on both on personnel, we discussed this in executive session, and we made a determination to make a couple of amendments to the calendar presentation that was brought live and made available to the public to review this past Friday. And so the calendar that you may have seen in the board agenda is now being modestly amended in terms of its presentation. None of the days that school will be either open or closed are being changed. What's being amended is the addition of additional verbiage to clarify the purpose of the school closure. So for example, the calendar that was presented that was made live and made available to the public this past Friday indicated that the period December 25th to January 2nd, schools would be closed, and then parenthetically it says for winter break. We have decided to add to winter break the phrasing Christmas and / Kwanzaa, so that the calendar will now indicate that schools are being closed from December 25th through the January 2nd to allow for Christmas and the Kwanzaa celebration, as well as for winter break. Similarly, for March 25th through April 1st, the calendar that was made available to the public indicated that school will be closed during that period for spring break. We are adding to the calendar that another rationale for a school being closed is the Easter celebration. And then across the top of the listing of the days that school will be closed, we're going to add the phrase, schools will be closed on the following days, : and then there'll be a listing of those days with the amendments that I just referenced. So the board needs to have a resolution to amend those days to amend the presentation as I just outlined. And following that amendment, we will vote to approve this contract. Again, none of the changes that are being amended have anything to do with the days that we have been marked to be open and or closed, and the calendar that was made available to the public and to staff this past Friday. Can I have a motion to amend?
I make a motion to amend the calendar, student calendar for 23-24 school year as outlined in your soliloquy.
I second
Thank you for
it.
that motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by trustee Wilson?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Ayes, trustee Quintanilla?
Aye.
Trustee Wilson?
Aye.
Trustee Dickerson?
Aye.
Trustee Keynes?
Aye.
Trustee Bowling?
Aye.
Vice President Ewing?
Aye.
And I, Robert Troiano, vote aye. Motion carries unanimously. The calendar presentation is amended as stated. May I now have a motion to approve the 23-24 student calendar that was presented in 5G as amended?
So moved.
Been moved by trustee Vice President Ewing. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by trustee Wilson. Ayes, trustee Quintanilla?
Aye.
Trustee Wilson?
Aye.
Trustee Dickerson?
Aye.
Trustee Bowling?
Aye.
Trustee Keynes?
Aye.
Vice President Ewing?
Aye.
And I, Robert Troiano, vote aye. Motion carries unanimously. The calendar and its presentation are approved as amended. May I now have a motion to adjourn for the evening?
So moved.
Moved by trustee Bowling. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Trustee Wilson. Ayes, Trustee Quintanilla?
Aye.
Trustee Wilson?
Aye.
Trustee Dickerson?
Aye.
Trustee Bowling?
Aye.
Trustee Keynes?
Aye.
Vice President Ewing?
Aye.
And I, Robert Troiano, vote aye. Motion carries unanimously. We are adjourned. Thank you, everybody, and good evening.